Ray Magliozzi here. When you need parts, eBay Motors ensures a guaranteed fit. Hey, Dave?
Yep. Wait.
How are those new wipers?
Hi, bunny, hamsters, Ayla Being, and anyone else if you're here. Welcome to the Dinosaur Stream. Alright, we're going to start with a game that I don't think is going to be very good. So we're only going to do one chapter while we wait for people to show up. And then if people really like the game, I can make it a channel point reward or something to play more of it in the future. As soon as I find it on my desktop. You're doing Jurassic Park the game. It's one of the first Telltale games, I think. It's before they did The Walking Dead, so it's not as good as the stuff they did later. I've never played it though, so maybe I'll be surprised. This is the, here we go, it's launching. If I can get it to work, we'll play it. It's very loud. trying to get it into windowed mode so I can actually show it on OBS. Should be showing up. I don't know why it's not. There we go. Kind of stuttery. Let me try to capture it a different way. It's still stuttery. Social Moth was doing this one day, but then it was fine ever since. So I don't know why this game's doing it now. I think maybe that fixed it. Yeah, OBS has... That is still very loud. OBS has problems when I play games in windowed mode for some reason. It's fine when they're full screen, but sometimes they don't show up when they're full screen. I don't know enough about window captures to know how to fix it. What's the question, Bunny? Just going to do one episode, if you weren't here when I said that. Because I've heard the game gets bad after episode 1. No, I don't think I've ever had my OBS monitor freeze. But it seems like everybody has different problems with OBS. I don't know nearly enough about it to help anyone troubleshoot. Alright, episode 1, The Intruder. If people really like this, I'll do a channel point reward. We can play more episodes in the future. Mouse. Make the dinosaurs fly. This movie scared me so much when I was a kid. I had nightmares about dinosaurs for a long time. Okay, she's hurt. Something's chasing her. I don't know why it stopped chasing her. Exploration scenes use the arrow keys to search for objects to click. Is it the only object to click? Didn't really do anything. Okay. I figured out what I'm doing. Some actions require a sequence of key presses to complete. Why do they have glowing eyes? I think if I was being chased by dinosaurs, I would climb a tree or something. They don't seem like they'd be able to climb. Oh! Whoops, wrong key. Oh no, it keeps track of my deaths. Okay, 1 death. Still haven't been killed by a dinosaur yet, though. Oh. No. I'm only ranked silver. How did that dinosaur get down the cliff? Episode 1, The Intruder.
Yeah, it's a great view, but where are the dinosaurs?
There should be triceratops out there. Sometimes they're kind of hard to spot.
Oh yeah?
Where'd you get those?
These?
Yeah, those.
That, guy gave to me, your boss, John Hammer, or whatever. He likes me.
That was generous of him.
Yeah. I see jungle and stuff, but no dinos.
Just look around. You'll find them.
Hey, there's a zoom thingy on here.
Looks like a dino.
I see a...
Oh wait, it's a
Oh,
rock.
never mind. It's a rock. I see a rock.
I'm skilled at finding rocks.
Hey, there's a dinosaur shaking that tree. Ah, forget it. Just some birds. Can we go down there and see the dinos up close?
When I worked in San Diego, did I let you into the tiger enclosure?
That was totally different. Besides, I was only like 7.
Right. And you scared the daylights out of me.
What's that yellow flower? It's kind of like Mom's bird of paradise, only, you know, healthy.
Sounds like heliconia. We imported them from the mainland to brighten up the place.
Is that a dino? Why won't it let me click?
Wait, I definitely see one. Oh, he just ran away.
Oh,
Actually, it's a she. They're all female. So which way did she go?
Hmm.
I think she went this way.
There's a bunch of, like, dinosaur footprints around that plant.
Our triceratops are big fans of banana leaf. They're probably nearby.
I'd rather look at the fence than look at a
How about
dino.
fencing the nice dinosaurs?
It's safer for them, and safer for us. Herbivores can be dangerous too.
Wouldn't it be, like, educational if I stuck around here another day or two?
You know, I think your mom might miss you a bit.
Are you kidding me? She'd be, like, totally happy.
Oh, come on. No, she wouldn't.
Yeah, she would.
Why are my controls messing up? Help. Won't let me go to the left. Like my left and right keys have switched.
What's that little bunker building?
Just a maintenance shed.
For
And just
dinosaurs
randomly
and
switches to
dinosaurs?
tank controls
Yeah,
on me.
sure. We like to keep them tuned up, you know.
Okay, now it's working. Good.
The footprints go in the stream.
Sure. The triceratops went in for a dip. She must have come out somewhere.
That's still a rock. There's something back there.
Okay, I see her. Wait, there's a bunch of them. Oh, awesome. They're fighting. I totally wanted to see this.
Well, actually, it's more of a dominance display than a fight. You remember how patchy was when your mom got that new puppy? Lady Margaret's like that with the younger triceratops.
Seriously? Lady Margaret?
Yep, that's what we call the alpha. See those horns? They're more than 3 feet long.
Good for fighting T-Rex, right? When do we get to see that?
That's not gonna happen. I'm busy enough without holding gladiator fights. Which reminds me, remember I said I've got a sick triceratops to check on? I should get going. I'll drop you at the guest house.
Really? Already?
Well, it'll give you some time to pack your stuff. The boat leaves tonight, remember?
I don't have any stuff. I practically just got here.
Well, at least you got to see Triceratops fight.
Actually, it was more like a dominance display.
Smartass. Come on, let's go. Let's hope for clear skies tonight.
He's
No
got
fun
some
on that
big
boat.
scars on his arm. I think he gets too close to the dinosaurs.
I told you, Nedry isn't here. Fat bastard's probably stuck in a doorway somewhere. Don't worry about it. Plan B is
You
ready.
want? Maybe we can
Have
feed
Plan
her
B
to a
right here.
dinosaur.
Nedry's not gonna double-cross us. The money's too good. No, she doesn't know your name. She doesn't know anything she doesn't need to know. What, you think it matters? Hey, guess who's on the line? It's Dodgson. I got Dodgson here. She doesn't care. Come on. My contact's gonna be here any minute.
Cactus the cat, thanks for the follow.
What's in the photo?
This is what's gonna make us both rich.
Welcome to Dinosaur
That's what we're
Day.
here to collect.
Shaving cream.
Uh-huh, sure. Shaving cream.
Does Ingen know you stole their jacket?
This is a covert op. I gotta blend in.
Yes, so what about me?
Just, follow my lead.
Playing Jurassic Park the game right now. It's an old Telltale game. Gonna do episode 1 and then move on to something else. So I have to click this to get to dialogue.
This storm
Let's
is
talk
only
about the
gonna get
storm.
worse.
Just relax. Chances are Nedry's gonna show up at the last minute.
Crew, please board the vessel. We'll be casting off shortly.
Son of a... Okay, I guess we're going in after him. If anyone stops us, show him this...
What's the problem?
We need access passes to get past security. Damn it, Dutch. I gotta make a phone call to an idiot. Don't let anyone see you. Without those passes, we're cooked.
Maybe we'll have a Dinosaur Stream Part 2 sometime. We can do Magic School Bus dinosaurs.
Osprey. Que neto. Mariquita, stay warm tonight.
I don't know what to do. Why are we spying on people instead of just waiting patiently? Oh, we're stealing from people. Do I have to do something once it changes? Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. Should I remember that number?
Damn that card.
I think maybe I'm supposed to call the phone to get him to pick up and then steal the passes.
Pesado. Just keep thinking about the money.
I don't know how to call the phone, though. We're trying to steal stuff, Apple.
That's great. Thanks a lot. Very helpful.
Maybe I use this phone to call and then go back and steal?
What do you mean?
I got the guard's phone number. Call him and keep him busy.
What, then you sneak past and I stay here? Well, that's not gonna work.
No, baboso. I can get us the access passes.
Fine. What should I tell him?
Just keep him talking.
Now we can steal.
No, like I said, I worked the morning shift, but that was only as a...
Go, go, go.
Yeah, but hold on. There's one more... Hey! I thought you said... Oh. Okay, that was good, but... Hey, hold on a second. You work for me, remember? That means
Nightbot's
I'm
just being a
going-
dinosaur
Can't go
today.
that way.
Hello there. Hi.
Just very
we have
normal.
passes.
Well, that's good. But this is a storm evacuation. All non-essential personnel need to leave the island. You need to get on that boat.
Yes. I mean, I have some essential...
Who are you with?
I'm with you. I'm new.
What about her?
She's with maintenance. Go ahead, tell him.
I'm an exterminator.
You have a pest problem.
Ain't that the truth? You gonna solve it in the middle of a storm? What kind of pests are we talking about anyway?
Spiders?
Spiders, big ones. You don't want to wait.
What's with the machete?
In case I find anything bigger. You never know.
Anchor up in 5. All aboard now. This means you, Barney.
I don't have time for this. Do you vouch for her?
What?
I said, do you vouch for her?
Yeah. Okay.
Move your butts.
Next time you better let me do the talking.
Este guanacas.
We did it!
At least, the rain's easing up. Ow! InGen should have paved this whole island.
InGen should never have come here.
What?
Step back, Mr. Chadwick.
What, you don't like my aftershave?
I don't want any accidents.
No.
Jungle's
So
dense
bad
here.
at cutting. Where are the dinosaurs? I want this guy to get eaten. Alright, see ya, Apple.
Ándale, pues. What is this monstruosidad? InGen is ruining the island. Is it so important to keep people out?
Yeah, it's more about keeping things in. No, just it's sort of like a zoo. You know what I mean?
What kind of zoo?
A zoo? For what?
Don't worry about it. There's nothing, dangerous in there. Just find a way through.
10,000 volts? Why so much?
Probably just trying to keep out the teenagers.
The light's off.
I bet that means the power's out, right?
Touch the fence and find out.
Yeah, for sure. Ladies first.
What does your little toy have to say?
It's a portable tracking system, sweetheart. And it says that we're damn close to that canister.
Should maybe test with something besides your body first.
Oh, thank God. I mean, you know, it's just... lead the way. What is it?
¿Qué es esto? Not pájaro, like a bird, but much too big.
I told you, it's a zoo. All kinds of animals. Come on, get moving. We're close. Did you hear that? What was that?
An animal. Something I've never heard before.
Okay,
Something's coming. Someone can get eaten. There's a
That
bird.
animal, I know. We call him Mokupa.
I hate this damn jungle.
Look, this way.
This is it. The signal's topped out. It's nearby. It's too dark. I need light. Where's your flashlight?
You took it.
Right. Did I drop it? Did you see me drop it? Jim!
Over there.
There we go. Hey, Nedry! You get stuck or something? Nedry, you deaf? I'm not climbing that in my new Stavalis. Yeah, I'm gonna go around. It'll be faster.
Hello.
Somebody in there?
Who's there?
All tired out, huh? I told you it was better to go around.
Something just jumped me. He was on your friend here.
There's a lizard.
Oh, disgusting.
There was something feeding on him. What the hell kind of zoo is this?
Listen, I told you don't worry about it, okay? It was just some animal. Get the canister and then we're out of here. Where is it? I can't find it. Where's the canister? The shaving cream, where is it?
Why are you asking her?
If it's not in the car, it could be anywhere within 300 meters. Crap.
The guy's the one with the
Dodgson
sensor.
gonna kill me. Is Dodgson gonna kill me?
Don't worry about him. Worry about that thing.
I'm worried about it, okay? What am I supposed to do? You know we can't go back empty-handed.
Look there.
Look where?
Footprints. Your man took a walk. We follow his trail like tracking game. That's how we find the canister.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. But hold on. What if one of those, Okay, you look down there, and I'll check the car again, just in case.
This is fine. Don't worry, guys. No one's gonna die. Except maybe that girl at the beginning. We can feed her to a T-Rex.
No canister here. The tracks lead that way. Glasses. Pobre desgraciado. Blind in the dark. Mala onda. That thing was stalking him.
Go this way.
No human tracks here.
I'm not doing Peggle on Saturday. I haven't heard from anyone who is.
Can't be in here. He never made it this far. He was trying to come to us. He went to the tree and back. It came after. Not in a hurry. It was interested. It's a good anchor. He could have gotten free. No es nada. Just a stick.
You've been here? Yeah, this is where I started.
Oh, sick.
Any luck?
No. Those tracks of yours better lead somewhere, or we're never getting out of here.
¿Qué fue eso?
It'll be easy. Just meet him at the dock. Yeah.
Did I go back there?
He circled the tree with a winch line. Then something got interested. Just something hungry.
It's a canister.
Friggin' bugs! What? What's the problem?
Nothing.
Did you find it?
Canister's not here.
Oh, crap. Oh, I'm so screwed.
No, we can't give up. His trailing's back at the car. You must have missed something in there.
Not a chance. I turned that thing inside out. I'm gonna smell like a dead fat dude for a week.
Fine. I'll take a look.
Knock yourself out. I could use some fresh air.
You had a canister just about this size, didn't you? You didn't lose it down below. You had it with you. He came back to the car in a rush. He hit his head, and he fell. If he dropped the can...
Can's empty. It's not going to roll the same way a canister full of stuff would. We did it!
Oh, baby! I knew I'd find you!
You're pretty excited about a can of soap.
Yeah, it's a can of soap. Just like you're an exterminator. 10 years of research. Millions invested. It's the next wonder of the world. You want a screw engine? This is it. The crown jewels. They lose control of this, they got nothing. They're dinosaur embryos, honey. Don't tell me you thought we were after shaving cream.
Dinosaurs? I don't understand.
You don't need to understand. That'll keep them fresh. What? What's your problem?
You said... dinosaurs?
That's right.
She's scared of dinosaurs.
Oh, crap. It's gone?
It's gone.
Okay. Yeah. Do you see that? That's how you do it. Yeah! That's what you get, you little punk!
Let's get out of here.
Okay, all right.
We
you
did
know the
it.
plan. My boys
We
are
beat the
sending boats.
dinosaurs.
Bring them the canister, we get paid, we go home.
We cannot walk to the meeting place. Not with these monsters around here.
Right. We'll take the car. Bring down the car. I'll stay here, and, I'll cover you. Who's afraid now, huh? No, this is the perfect spot. Got the angles covered. You know the plan.
Hey, you okay?
Idiot! You nearly killed me!
You should have paid attention.
Lights are gone. The lights are on. I can't see a freaking thing.
Guys, I think the dinosaurs are gonna get us.
I can't see. What was that? Did you hear that? Was that a dinosaur? Oh God. Okay. No. All right. Okay. Okay. God, I don't want to be here. I don't want to get eaten.
I need you to stay
I never
focused.
should have gotten off the boat. want to be back on the
Don't
boat.
you have a
It's
backup
good on
plan?
the boat. They had lights on the boat.
Miles.
They can never go into the
Miles,
field.
Shut up!
Should've... What?
Do I have a plan?
Plan? What plan? Say something.
Miles, give me your gun.
My gun? That's right. Give you my gun.
All we gotta do is start the car and drive out of here.
Start the car? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Can't. It won't start. Now what?
Lazy broke the car.
You can fix it.
Me? I don't know crap about cars. I have a guy do that for me.
Try it again. Maybe it'll start.
I tried it again. It's not gonna start.
I'll fix it.
You gonna fix the car in the dark?
That's right. That's a loose battery cable.
What does that mean?
Where's the battery?
Did you check the valve? The guy who does my Porsche, he always...
That's it. Let me get it tight. There we go.
It.
Gracias a Dios.
We're gonna survive.
What?
Oh, God.
Don't waste bullets. There are too many of them.
What do you suggest?
We have to draw them away. Distract them.
Distract them? Okay. Yeah, I'm on it. Here you go, guys. It's dinner time.
Hijo de perra.
Where's your gun? Why do you have a gun if you're not gonna use it? Guys, we lost again. It's 2 deaths.
I'm gonna do this. Clutch. Ándale. Por favor, arranca. ¡Vamos!
I don't think a dinosaur that little could hit a windshield that hard. The gun. Are you going to get the gun too?
And we are officially late.
I was ready when you said. I just couldn't find my CD player.
It's fine, sweetheart. They won't leave without us.
Us? You're coming to Dallas?
Oh, just to the mainland. I have to be back after the storm. I'll drive you to the airport.
Cool.
That's weird. Fence lights are out.
Is that a bad thing?
I'm sure it's fine. Somebody just needs to replace them.
So we might get to kill the girl.
The DJs aren't so great out here, are they?
What's wrong?
So, everything okay at home? I mean, how's school going?
I don't know. Boring. I got a big Spanish test coming up.
Well, I can't help you there, but your mom knows a little Spanish. After the park opens, there's going to be a lot more to see. You can come for another visit then.
Okay, that sounds cool.
Let's talk.
Jess, I've been working so hard. We haven't had much time to talk.
Uh-oh.
Jess, your mom told me about the shoplifting.
I was just fooling around. I didn't take anything good. What did she say?
Look, she's worried about you, honey.
Girl's a
I know,
shoplifter.
she's
That makes her a lot
dramatic, but
cooler.
it was a
Maybe we
shoplifter.
won't kill her
I'm
after
a little
all.
worried too.
I know, I'm a screw-up.
Sweetheart, no. No, it's not that at all. I want you to promise me.
Oh,
Damn it.
Oh my god, is she dead?
No. She's alive. She's breathing. Hello. Are you in pain? This is strange. It's like some kind of... She needs medical attention. We've got to get her to the visitor center.
maybe she will steal the canister full of
I don't recognize
embryos.
her, but it doesn't matter. Were you serious when you said you can drive a stick?
Oh yeah, I can do it. Mom doesn't know, but
That's all right. Just get yourself up front. Try not to scare me.
okay.
All right, let's go. Come on, sweetheart. We gotta get her out of here.
Did we hit her hard?
Hard enough, but we didn't do this. This is something else. I'm gonna check her vitals. Just take it easy and follow the signs, all right?
Okay, no problem.
What is this?
What?
Looks like she's been bitten.
Bitten? You mean like by a dinosaur?
I don't know. The bruising is showing evidence of toxins, but this isn't a Dilophosaur bite, and none of the other dinosaurs are poisonous.
I don't think I want to be out here anymore.
Yeah, we need to get her to the visitor center.
What bit her?
She's bradycardic. Heart rate's only 33. She's burning up.
What's wrong with her eyes?
I don't know. It's like a reaction to a parasitic infection. God, I don't know. Maybe toxoplasmosis. That doesn't explain the other symptoms. Come on. Stay with me now. Jesse, I gotta clean this wound up. Just keep driving smoothly.
Oh, okay.
It said none of the other dinosaurs are poisonous, which would imply that Dilophosaurus had poisonous bite.
Okay, this might sting a bit.
Aléjate de
It's
mí.
okay, it's okay. Settle down.
No.
Come on, please. I need to clean this up.
Doesn't she
Just-
know you're trying to help?
Just overpower her.
Hey, listen to me. You need to let me help you.
Aléjate de mí.
No, listen. I'm a doctor. I'm gonna make it better.
Doctor? Médico?
Yes, medico. I'm going to disinfect your wound now, okay? You gotta let me help you.
It's
Well,
Jurassic
keep the
Park. All the
infection.
dinosaurs are weird
What are you doing
hybrids
out
of
there?
DNA.
Dad?
It's okay. She's going into shock, but I can
They
handle
could
it.
get feline parasites. They could be venomous.
Gotcha.
Wow, that needle's huge.
Just keep your eyes on the road. Oh, man.
I can't believe I have to say this,
Cars jumping
but I
around too
will.
much. I can't
Chat,
give a clean
if it
injection.
bites you and you die, it's venomous.
Too bumpy for a
If you
clean
eat it and
injection.
you die,
Doesn't help
it's
that we're pushing
poisonous.
35. Too bumpy for a clean injection. Doesn't help that we're pushing 35.
So tell your daughter to stop driving for 5 seconds.
Jess, listen, I gotta give her an injection. It's important that I access the vein.
Ugh, I don't need details.
Just slow down so I don't miss.
Ugh.
Well, that should keep her stable. Okay, I'm gonna get her bandaged up. You okay to keep driving?
Yeah, I'm good. Tell Mom I'm ready for my learner's permit, okay?
I don't think Mom needs to know about it.
How is she doing?
Well, she's okay. For now. But this toxic alteration just doesn't make sense.
Dad.
Maybe some of the dinosaurs are eating poisonous
Dad.
plants. Jess, why are we stopping?
Maybe it'll do a dominance display on the car.
She, right?
Right. Well, we're lucky this young one's by herself. Wouldn't want to meet the alpha out here. Lady Margaret, she's pretty protective. We've discovered that family groups emerge even without the usual genetic relationships. Young Triceratops join the family
Dad,
the moment they...
You're ruining it.
Right. Sorry. This little one's name is Bakita. What is she doing way out here? I've got to get this critter back in her enclosure. I'll just be a sec. Wait here.
Yeah. Oh, that is so cool.
Easy, girl. Musa Calamusa, huh? You really love this stuff, don't you?
Pick up the food and throw it in the cage.
Oh, come on, girl. Let go. Come on. This is a road, not a restaurant. Come on,
Push
girl.
the dinosaur.
Get
I'm sure
moving.
that'll work.
There's plenty to eat in your paddock, girl. Come on, that's where you belong. How did you get out here, huh? Did you push this gate open?
What's wrong with the gate?
It's locked in the open position. Should be a manual release in the shed, but didn't I say to wait in the car?
It's no big deal. See? We're all right. We're fine. Right?
She's pretty cute, huh?
She's warm. I didn't think that she'd be so warm.
She's okay. She's all right. She's just getting to know you. Right, Paquita?
Okay.
Look, I need to get this girl out of the way. Now that you've met her up close, would you please go back to the car?
Are you kidding me?
New faces make her nervous. She'll be a lot easier to manage if you're in the car.
Oh, all right.
This girl's gonna die.
Okay, I need to get you out of the way, and I need to unlock the gate from the maintenance shed.
What's in there?
Apart from the release lever for the gate, just maintenance stuff. Spools of cable for fence repairs, work boots, snow shovels.
Snow shovels? What for?
Well, it's not for shoveling snow.
Oh, ew.
Should be a manual for this in the car. Barrels of healthy feed for the herbivores. Too bad they refuse to eat it. Jesse, look at the glove box for me. There should be a manual in there with access codes to the shed.
Okay, just a sec. What, do I have to like blind you before you'll move?
Find those codes?
Is it in this little black book thingy?
Yeah, look for the access codes for the Triceratops maintenance shed.
Okay. 156337.
337. Okay, thanks, sweetheart. That ought to do it. Now to get Paquita away from her snack.
Oh. Honk the horn, then grab it.
Jess, just try the lights or the horn or something. Anything to get her attention.
Okay.
If you can get her to back up, I can get at her food. Hey, honey, how's our patient doing?
I don't know. Okay, I guess.
Why do I have to change the
How's her breathing?
scenes to honk the horn?
Okay, I guess. She's kind of snoring. And
Los ojos me siguen.
Dad, did you notice there's a gigantic dinosaur in the way?
I always said you had smarts. Listen, see if there's anything in the car that can help get her moving.
Maybe if I honk twice.
Well, don't just look at me. Move your butt.
That's not working.
All right,
Guys, I
better
think we
leave
did
the
it.
branch.
We harassed the dinosaur just enough to steal its food.
There you go. Back where you belong. Now I can close that gate. No you don't. Get back in there. Jess!
I'm on it.
We did it!
Oh no, the Alpha. Jess, shut off the horn!
This is fine.
You okay? Whoa!
This seems fine. Is it gonna fight the Triceratops? Oh, I died.
You okay? Whoa!
run straight into the dinosaur. What could go wrong? Wait. I shouldn't save her. We want her to get eaten. Guys, we did it! We did it! We won the game.
Safe inside the maintenance shed.
Okay.
Jesse! Damn it! Stay right there.
I died.
Be safe inside the maintenance shed. Okay. Jesse! Damn it!
I have to go all the way back here.
Stay right there. Gotta get out. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. How about you?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm good. I'm okay.
What about her?
Well, 2 arms, 2 legs.
We did it! No more danger. Definitely not stuck in a shed in the middle
let's
of a
just
bunch of
get her through the night.
dinosaurs.
What's left of it. Tomorrow, we'll get her proper treatment. I don't hear those dinosaurs anymore. I bet they're far away.
Yeah.
They probably killed each other.
That reminds me of your old honey bear nightlight. Remember that? You wouldn't go to sleep without it.
Dad, dinosaurs can't get through that door, right?
Not a chance. That's solid steel.
Dad,
Yes, sweetheart.
remember how I said I wanted to see the dinosaurs fight each other?
Yeah.
It was so
There should be a
awesome.
speedrun
Get some
category.
sleep, honey.
She still likes getting to see the dinosaurs fight. Wait, why is my stream all choppy again? When did that start? Well, I think we're done with this anyway. Or not. How long is this episode? Probably should have checked to make sure this wouldn't take 3 or 4 hours before I started it.
Ooh.
So who do you think won?
Under the circumstances,
We did.
I think we did. This isn't supposed to happen. One loose trike, okay, but a Tyrannosaur? That's beyond unacceptable. I gotta talk to Muldoon and the security team.
Uh-oh. Are you gonna bring the hammer down?
Look, whoever let this happen has to be held accountable. Yeah, I'm gonna bring the hammer down.
Cool. So, how are we gonna get to the visitor center?
That's an excellent
I was
question.
wondering that
No car
myself.
and no radio doesn't leave us a lot of options. Well, at least the main power's back on. That should be good for something.
And we have video.
How did you do that?
It's an easy hack. The system's held together with
Stream's smooth again. I don't know why it's going back and forth between choppy and smooth.
Looks like we're not the only ones who missed the boat. They won't last long in the open. Let's get them out of there.
How do we get to them? We're miles away, and the access road is washed out.
We may be stuck here in the boondocks, but those two are standing right on the main tour loop. Watch this. Ah, here we go. I just hope the system's online.
Security access.
Damn it. Okay, fine. I better get security access.
I don't know how to do that.
Come on.
You didn't say the magic word.
Oh, Dennis Nedry. You want a magic word? I've got some just for you. Of course. All right, we've got access. Let's see what we can do with it. I'll be damned. They must have cycled main power. Why would they do that? That is more like it.
Beep.
How long have I been saying this whole park is doomed to catastrophic failure?
Pretty long.
But one of these junk heaps is still working. Okay, little lambs, just wait right there and I'll send a car to fetch you.
Welcome aboard.
Hello? Somebody knows we're here.
You told me never ever hitchhike.
Except when you're on an island full of dinosaurs. Come on, honey, let's get our patient.
take us?
These tour cars only go a few places. If you can hear us, we need to go to the visitor center.
Looks like one of them's hurt.
I'm surprised it's only one. Let's get him to the center.
Here we go.
Can't this car go any faster? It's gonna take forever. Oh,
¿Qué haces aquí? Es peligroso.
You've been in an accident. You're safe now. You're gonna be fine. We're taking you to...
¡Bastardo! Morirás por tus pecados.
Calm down.
what's happening?
She's delirious. She could be hallucinating.
Mariquita. Angelito mío.
She says I'm her angel. Hola?
This park's on an island where people speak Spanish. Shouldn't the park employee know Spanish better than his daughter does?
Relax. She's gotta rest.
My Spanish isn't that good.
You can do it, honey. Just tell her she needs to rest.
Mariquita. ¿Qué pasa, mi amor?
Usted necesita la resta. Usted necesita la resta.
La resta. Porque ya estamos hablando de las matemáticas.
I think la resta doesn't mean what I thought it did.
Sure it does.
Usted necesita el descanso. Usted necesita el descanso.
¿El descanso? Sí, sí. Estoy cansada.
I guess summer school paid off.
Miss Ortega's never gonna believe this.
Yay, you knew 3 words. And you got one of them wrong the first time.
Dad, look!
I think this is our stop.
This concludes our tour. Don't forget to visit the gift shop on your way home.
That is messed up.
Let's go. Hello? Hey, can somebody help us, please? Hello?
What happened? Where is everybody?
I'm gonna do something to the OBS settings. See if that helps at all.
Well, the boat hasn't brought everyone back yet. Rough waters, maybe.
If anything, it made it worse.
Jess, I think you should stay by our patient. I'm gonna look around a little, okay?
Okay, but why are you talking like that? Someone's trying to contact us, right?
It's coming from the PA system. They must be broadcasting on the emergency channel. Hang on, I'm gonna track this down. Nothing here. That's sickle claw on the
What?
second digit. Velociraptor. What the hell happened here?
Why did it leave a foot?
How's our patient?
Pretty much the same. She doesn't look so good. Whoa, that does not look normal. Are you one of the nice dinosaurs? Like the kind that didn't try to step on me last night?
When dinosaurs ruled the Earth. You mean like right now? It's gotta be safer in here than out there.
We've seen better days, huh? What a mess. They look so harmless in the picture. Nope.
It's supposed to go.
What happened?
Hold on.
Seriously messed up.
There's a radio in there.
Can I help? You got it.
Let's get this channel right. Hello? Hello? This is Jerry Harding. I'm the chief veterinarian.
I know who you are. This is Laura Sorkin. I hope you enjoyed the ride.
Dr. Sorkin, you're still on the island?
We're stuck in the field lab. The road's washed out and our phone lines are down. What's your story?
There's no one here at the visitor center. Looks like a tornado hit this place. Do you know what's going on?
Security went down last night. Naturally, the park's going to hell. Looks like Hammond already evacuated. I don't think he meant to leave us.
No, of course not. I'll try to call the mainland from here. They'll send a helicopter. But first, Doctor, I've got a very, very sick woman on my hands. She seems to have been bitten. I don't recognize the bite. Whatever it is, it's incredibly toxic.
Toxic?
And
Is it a ragged wound? Heterodont bite pattern, about 20 centimeters across the jaw?
that sounds about right.
What about her eyes? Discolored sclera, opsoclonus?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I'm seeing.
Damn it. You don't have much time. She's gonna go into a series of convulsions and she won't come back. Do you have any carfentanil?
Carfentanil? An opioid? No, I don't, Doctor, but I mean, what good would that...
I don't have time to explain. A quarter mil should do it. Less if
Dr.
she's
Sorkin,
small.
with all due respect, that dosage would kill her.
Dr. Harding, you've got to trust me on this. You need a powerful tranquilizer to counter the toxins. You need it quick.
All right,
If you want
all right, okay, maybe in the lab. No, wait, the tranq darts for the rifle. That's in a torphine blend.
That could work. Get that into her as quick as you can. In the meantime, stay with her. When the shaking starts, you need to hold her steady.
Isn't that dangerous? I mean, normally if someone's having a seizure...
Please, just follow my instructions. Her life depends on it. Call me on this channel after you've given her the tranquilizer.
Will do. I need to move that woman so I can work on her, and I'm gonna need...
Tranquilizer darts. Yeah, I heard. They're in the car. I'll get them.
Okay, but listen to me. If you hear anything, see anything, don't take any risks. You just come straight back here.
Don't worry. I'm on it.
Can't they just tell her why the woman's dying? Don't think I'm gonna play far enough into the game to find out. How did a dinosaur leave a footprint in cement?
Dad, where are you?
Jess, get out now!
What?
This is fine.
Jess, don't move! It can only see you when you're moving!
Guys, we gotta eaten again.
Dad, where are you?
Jess, get out now!
What?
Jess, don't move! It can only see you when you're moving! You okay, sweetheart?
I'm okay.
Just stay out of sight! Oh no. It's getting worse. Dad, I need those strength darts.
Dad, I can get the darts.
No, Jess! Just get out of here!
I'm not leaving you.
You're not gonna last much longer, are you?
We did it.
Gotta get it away from Jess. It's gonna take more than that to get its attention.
Really?
If I could just hit it. If I can just get its attention. Dr. Sorkin, we need some help. Not yet, but... Son of a...
paleontologists. Welcome to Jurassic Park. Are you ready to see some dinosaurs? I can't hear you.
Supposed to lead the dinosaur back? I don't want to do that. Why is she always getting into trouble?
I'm right here.
I'm stuck.
Let go, honey. It's not that far. I'll catch you.
Okay, I can't.
Don't be scared, sweetheart. All right, listen to me, honey. I'm gonna count to 3, and you're gonna let go. And I'm gonna be right here. I'm gonna catch you, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Good. 1.
This is fine.
this one, please. Start the car.
All right, hang on.
It's gone.
Good. Dad?
Yeah. What?
I've seen enough dinosaurs.
In that case, let's go home. Come on. I need to make a phone call.
Going home, chap. Maybe. Or maybe there's still more.
How long has it been?
We found you last night. We sorta, like, ran into you.
Maldita sea.
So, who is Mariquita?
Mariquita? It's nobody. A word.
Oh, my Spanish is so lame. I was trying to talk to you in the car, and it's like, I thought you were gonna kill me because my grammar sucks.
So, what did we talk about?
Help's on the way. The control room's a mess, but the phones are working. Hey, you look a whole lot better.
Help is on the way?
InGen is sending a rescue team. A helicopter will be here soon to take us to the mainland. We'll get you looked at by a people doctor instead of a vet.
A rescue team? Engine. My things. I had a pack.
Oh, it's right here.
You were in
Nearly
pretty bad
died.
shape there for a while.
Bad shape? You almost died, but my dad patched you up.
I had a pretty great assistant.
Thank you. Both of you.
Yeah, well, I'll send you a bill later. Now, can you tell us what happened?
I'm here for pest control. You have a pest problem. You know what? I don't have time for this.
Whoa, whoa, take it easy. Take it easy, don't push yourself.
There won't be any rescue. Not for you.
She betrayed us. Did it. We finished episode 1. Not doing another episode. Could go back and try to do better on these. Putting a pole up. And I'll be back in a minute or two. Well, I ran that poll to see how many people are here, and I guess I got an answer. Not going to do a quiz game for 0 people. Getting what I want to do now. Have a dinosaur dating sim I was going to play, but the people who would be interested in being here for that aren't here right now. I don't want to do the quiz game unless there's at least 4 or 5 people here. I could show a dinosaur video from YouTube, but that's not going to be extremely exciting and get people to show up and stay. I could play Jurassic World Evolution. which is a game that I might actually do on stream sometimes, but I've never played it before. Just gonna play through like the tutorial campaign or whatever. So that's something I wouldn't mind doing even if there's not really anybody here. On the other hand, there are things I could be doing today. Maybe I should flip a coin and use that to decide what to do. Alright, here's what we'll do. Put on a video and just let that run. And I'll add some text. It says if a few people show up, I can do a quiz. No ads, please. It's up in a different browser. This is Your Dinosaurs Are Wrong about Velociraptor. It's a series that talks about how science and how pop cultures use knowledge about what dinosaurs looked like and how they behaved have changed over time. Like I said, it's not an extremely exciting video. It's probably not going to get people's attention and get them to stay, but I think this series is very interesting. I just put it on in the background while I'm doing other things sometimes. Probably learned more about dinosaurs from this than anything else. And if enough people show up to do a quiz or do the dating sim, we can do that at the end of the video, or we can just pause the video in the middle and do that. We'll see. I'll be around, but I won't be real active in chat or on the microphone unless people show up.
Good evening. Tonight, we proudly present Velociraptor mongoliensis, a tale of prolonged paleontological obscurity and abrupt meteoric fame. Today, that very popularity has made it an ambassador for science, the new feathery face of Dinosauria in the 21st century. And now, this human.
Hey y'all, my name is Tiara, and a little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A spicy chicken biscuit is that it has
a bunch of people have sent in velociraptors. I want to thank Alec, who works for the St. George Discovery Site at Johnson Farm. They have the Dinosaur-atorium there, which is a good name for a facility. I want to thank Alicia, Michael, Dylan, Thien, Laura and Keith, and one other person who remained anonymous. And if there's anybody else who sees their toy here and is like, you didn't name me, I'm preemptively sorry, and please comment in and thank you. Velociraptor is kind of unique among dinosaurs that we've covered so far. Most dinosaurs that have household name recognition, we have known about them for as long as they have been popular. So like with Tyrannosaurus, you have a century of tropes that it has acquired over the years, and most of them are wrong. But with Velociraptor, its popularity is extremely recent. They've only really become a household name after the Jurassic Park films, so they are post-Renaissance, post-dinosaur Renaissance dinosaurs. And because in the Jurassic Park films they were portrayed as active, birdy animals, that is the baseline that we start from, which is unique. Like we have one toy here that has a Velociraptor dragging its tail. You almost never see a toy with Velociraptor dragging its tail, for instance. Now, while Velociraptor has been the topic of ongoing research in the last 30 years, it wasn't until really recently that its pop cultural presence has started to become unfrozen from where it was in those films. Because Velociraptor is so popular, most people that care what a velociraptor is have also heard, at least, that scientists think that they had feathers now. So it's interesting that Velociraptor, fairly I would say, has become sort of the emblem of the 21st century evolving, changing view of dinosaurs' life appearance. So in 1990, when the filmmakers set about creating what for many people is still the definitive Velociraptor, what did they decide on? Well, they decided they have a really large body size, They have scaly skin, reticulate scales. They have their hands, which can open doors, held out like this, as many of these toys are doing, where it kind of looks like how a raptorial bird holds their hands in flight, how like an eagle holds their talons. Hands, feet. Their eyes have slit pupils. A lot of these toys have slit pupils, even the ones that aren't explicitly Jurassic Park. I'm surprised, frankly, how much purchase the slit pupil look has had with Velociraptor and with other dinosaurs in popular culture that are clearly drawing on Velociraptor. You always see them with slit pupils. And the head is this vaguely allosaur-like head. It doesn't really look like a Velociraptor head. It looks more like a more basal theropod, like some kind of carnosaur head, just maybe lengthened and lighter. As it happens, the Velociraptors in the film and in the book were really Velociraptor in name only. As I mentioned, Deinonychus, Michael Crichton was using Deinonychus in his book, but decided that that wasn't a dramatic enough name and went with Velociraptor. And with apologies to Ostrom, I am inclined to agree. Velociraptor is just an inherently cooler name, and I would be lying if I said that I didn't think that that was a big part of why they've become so popular. But even if the filmmakers had wanted to make just the most accurate Velociraptor possible in 1990, they would largely have been drawing on Deinonychus. And now that I've said that, it might surprise you to learn that we've known about Velociraptor for almost 100 years, and we've had a complete skeleton since the 70s. So why is that? We have a lot of material now. Why wasn't it better known in 1990? Well, the short answer is that they're from Mongolia. Specifically, they're from the Jadokta Formation, the most popular location of which is Bayan Zak, the Flaming Cliffs. This is Campanian rock, about 75 million years old. There's also a slightly younger formation that has a species of Velociraptor, Barungoyot, and I believe we've also found material from the Bayan Mandahu Formation. So the history of Mongolian paleontology is one of physical, political, and economic barriers. The Gobi Desert is fossil rich, and the fossils we recover from it are really well preserved. They're often preserved in 3 dimensions instead of being squished down like you usually find.
Nick Fury, it would appear you're not dead after all.
You got that right. Now streaming, Nick Fury returns in the 6th episode event.
This will mean total annihilation.
But the Gobi Desert is not a great environment for humans to be working in. You can't work there at all for almost half the year because it's winter, and then in the summer, you're in the Gobi in the summer. So it's an expensive proposition to go out and prospect for fossils. So Mongolian workers have basically always had to go to foreign institutions to collaborate. The first such institution was the American Museum of Natural History. Now, a century ago, very few geologists had even been to Mongolia, and some thought that the rock there was not fossil-bearing, which is called unfossiliferous, which is hilarious in hindsight now that we have so many dinosaurs from there. But Roy Chapman Andrews and his then wife Yvette Borup Andrews and their automobiles, those newfangled contraptions, had the means to go and fossil hunt there. In an automobile, the team could cover 10 times the ground that a camel caravan could. So what they wound up doing was they had the camel caravan go through the desert through a known route, carrying gasoline and water and food and other supplies, and then they would go out in their cars and use nautical navigation techniques to go out into the desert, then double back and meet the caravan at a predetermined point. So it was quite an undertaking, and I can go into as much detail as I have because it was extensively documented. AMNH has a bunch of material from this expedition online. Yvette's job was to photograph and film what they were doing. And you can see some of those photographs and films. Roy Chapman Andrews wrote books about this expedition, which you can find on archive.org. It's a really interesting little tidbit of history. That first expedition in 1922 recovered the first ever dinosaur eggs, and mostly was just looking for promising sites to visit the next year, which they did, and they brought more paleontologists, including one Peter C. Kyson, who is the one who on August 11th of 1923 discovered the holotype of Velociraptor. That was sent by camelback to China, and then by ship to America, and I presume by train to New York. I'm mentioning all of this because it's really impressive, the turnaround here, because in 1924, Henry Fairfield Osborn, the then president of AMNH, published a description of Velociraptor. It was a very brief description, and it didn't go into a lot of detail about the morphology of the skull, but at the very least we had a skull and the associated jaw. It was a little bit crushed, but still recognizable as Velociraptor. And we had the thumb claw and the first bone attaching to the thumb claw. Initially, Henry Fairfield Osborn wanted to call it Ovoraptor, I found out, but then he later changed it to the, in my opinion, much better Velociraptor. The general impression that you get from Osborn's initial description is of an animal very similar to Ornitholestes. It's just a small-bodied, fast-moving theropod carnivore. There's another animal described at the same time, a troodontid, I believe, called Saurornithoides, which is interesting. Osborn kind of recognizes the avianness of it, hence the name, ornith. He wavers on whether it has megalosaurian or avian affinities, but then also he says that it's the more sluggish of the two, that Saurornithoides is raptorial, whereas Velociraptor is superraptorial. And by raptorial, what he's meaning is the actual action of using their hands to snatch things. That's what raptor literally means, is snatcher. There is occasional resistance to the use of the term raptor to refer to these animals, which everyone does now anyway. Ornithologists will insist that no, it's birds of prey, and birds of prey doesn't specifically mean all predatory birds. Like penguins are predators, but nobody would call them raptors. I did an n-gram search of raptor and some related terms, and I found that it wasn't until the 1969 description of Deinonychus that raptor really starts to become popular. By the late 90s, it is more popular than raptores, the formal Latin term ever was, which I think must have been the ornithology term. And in any case, raptor was always less common than raptorial, the adjective describing actually grabbing things. So based on that admittedly not terribly scientific survey, I would think that the current popularity of the term raptor is the dromaeosaur usage. So anybody who's insisting that we should only use it for birds of prey is perhaps well-meaning, but also perhaps out of touch. Another thing I found in that n-gram search is that Velociraptor itself was not popular at all until the 90s. The reason for that is probably because Americans would only have that head and thumb for quite a while. The last expedition to Outer Mongolia, I believe, was in 1925. We stopped going to Central Asia at all in 1930, possibly owing to the Great Depression. But Mongolia at the time was also aligning more firmly with the Soviet Union against China, and we were approaching Mongolia through China. The Mongolian Academy of Science did reach out to the Soviets instead to come out and do fossil prospecting in Gobi, but they reached out in 1941, so that had to wait. After the war, in the late 1940s, the Soviets did indeed send 3 expeditions led by Ivan Efremov, who you may remember from our Therizinosaurus and Tarbosaurus episodes. Those are the expeditions that brought those animals back. These expeditions were dividing their attention between the Jadokta Formation and the Nemegt Formation, and you can see why they would want to maybe focus on the Nemegt, where they have the huge, impressive animals that are not Velociraptor, though they did recover Pinacosaurus from Jadokta during this period. It was in the 1960s and 70s that Poland, of all countries, reached out to Mongolia to go back to Gobi. They mounted a series of expeditions involving some familiar names. We have Halska Osmolska and Rinchen Barsbold working on these. They do recover the first postcranial elements of Velociraptor, though as far as I can tell they weren't recognized as such. And then in 1969, of course, we have Ostrom's description of Deinonychus, which allows us to fill in a lot of dromaeosaur anatomy and allows us to say, this is really different from Ornitholestes. This is a much more bird-like animal. Then in 1971, right after that, we find the fighting dinosaurs specimen, which we will talk about at length, but is a fantastic specimen in its own right, but also because it has an articulated velociraptor within it. That is not fully described, however, until 1983, and scientists in our part of the world knew that this work was going on, but wouldn't necessarily have had access to the findings. There were not a lot of opportunities for Soviet and Western scientists to communicate with one another. There certainly weren't a lot of opportunities for them to collaborate. I found that even nowadays, researching for this episode, there's still some stuff, some material on Velociraptor that is only available in Russian, or at least the online copies are only in Russian. So how much harder must it have been in the 70s and 80s to try to research this animal? But then the 90s happened, and within weeks of Mongolia declaring their independence from the USSR, the Mongolian Academy of Sciences once again reached out to the American Museum of Natural History, who mounted a series of expeditions throughout the 90s. I believe they went annually out to Mongolia. By this point, the Judokta Formation, or at least Bayanzak itself, had been pretty well picked over. If you go there today, it's actually a tourist destination. There's some truly ugly dinosaur statues there. But it was during those 1990s expeditions that we recovered a lot more Velociraptor material, and we finally got a complete description in 97 and 99 by Dr. Novacek. So it just so happens that right when Velociraptor is exploding in popularity on the world stage, the world scientific community is able to properly study them. Now, the velociraptors in Jurassic Park were scaled up to a kilobator size about, but they didn't take into account the allometric differences that happen when you have a large-bodied dromaeosaur. Like, you can't just take a Deinonychus and scale it up to that size. Now, I suspect, in addition to the storytelling constraint of you want a big, scary animal, they also had production constraints because they needed a puppet that the puppeteer could be inside to act out some of those scenes in the movie. The problem is that results in people seeing the actual size of Velociraptor and being like, that's it? And they're not small dromaeosaurs, they're about medium size. They're about 2 meters long, and they would have weighed maximum probably 20 kilograms, but maybe more like 15 kilograms. So I like to compare them to a coyote or a medium-sized dog. It might be better to picture them as maybe a big swan or a really big turkey. That kid in the movie, when he said that they're 6-foot turkeys, he might have been onto something. Now, we can actually divide these toys pretty clearly between those that are trying to represent Velociraptor as an animal and those that are basically just aping Jurassic Park. So even this toy, which is a pretty accurate Velociraptor anatomically, other than the lack of feathers and the pronated hands, has done the Jurassic Park thing where the head is basically a big wedge. And that's really pronounced in some of these other ones that are, frankly, not trying as hard, where you have a big old triangle shape for the head. Velociraptor was pretty narrow snouted. This toy does it fairly well, where it's a very narrow tooth row that then widens once you get to the eyes and the cranium. Barlsbold recognized in 1983 that there seemed to be 2 clusters of dromaeosaur morphology, where some were high-skulled, like Dromaeosaurus, and some were narrow-skulled, like Deinonychus or like Velociraptor. Now, Jaime Hedden has a post where he goes into a lot of detail about the flesh on dinosaurs' faces, and he points out that the Velociraptors in Jurassic Park, none of these toys really do it exactly right, but this one is probably the closest. They have, I don't know if you can see it, but they have this pretty narrow tooth row, which is accurate, but then they have all of this flesh packed on around it to build up the head to become this more Carnosaurian looking shape, which makes it even weirder that on, it's You don't really see it on this guy, but on guys like this, you still see the antorbital fenestra's outline even through all of those layers of flesh. It's very strange. Furthermore, in profile view, the skulls that are taking cues from Jurassic Park have either a pretty flat area here or even a convex area here going from the top of the head to the tip of the nose. Whereas in Velociraptor, the nasal is much more depressed. There's sort of a concave area. Now, I can't prove this, but it would be interesting if the filmmakers specifically chose to go with an outdated reconstruction because it looked stronger. By the time that that movie was in production, Gregory S. Paul had already updated Deinonychus's reconstruction to have a somewhat longer and more depressed nasal area on the skull. If you look at the older reconstructions of Deinonychus before we had found an intact skull, it is much more like this guy in the head area. What's interesting is those aforementioned high-skulled dromaeosaurs also have tooth serrations that lead us to believe that they were using their mouths as their primary weapons more so than a velociraptor would be. Velociraptor would primarily be using its limbs. Its mouth was just for eating, so its skull didn't need to be very strong. So I would just say that when the filmmakers made those decisions to try and make Velociraptor's skull look stronger, their method was sound because selection pressure made dromaeosaurs take the same route. Now, as I mentioned, it's really common to see a situation like on this toy, or to a lesser extent on this toy, where there are really clearly lips around the tooth row. Lips are something of a contentious topic right now for dinosaurs. The technical term is extraoral tissues, and the question we're trying to answer is what was their extent and how pliable were they? In the absence of a beak, diapsids have bands of ligaments around their mouths. In dinosaurs' close relatives, the crocodiles, those bands are tight, so the teeth are exposed, and the lips are basically a second set of gums. In more distant relatives, like lizards and tuataras, the bands are looser, and the teeth are covered by lips when the mouth is closed. Workers have attempted to map certain tissues to certain bone structures or bone textures, which is why we see the term osteological correlates when we're talking about this topic. In crocodiles, the edges of the mouth bones are rounded off. The skull has a rough texture with many, many holes called foramina. In more distantly related reptiles, the edges of the mouth bones are sharper and have a smooth texture with few holes, usually in nice, neat rows. Now, Velociraptor's skull looks more like the lipped condition. Notice the foramina along the bottom of the mandible line up with the tips of the upper teeth when the mouth is closed, which would imply that if there's a lip there, that's where it anchors. So it's a pocket for the teeth to slide into. Now, because they're living relatives, the crocodiles and the birds, the bracket that we put around non-avian dinosaurs have evolved away from the archosaur condition, and in different directions, I might add. We don't know what dinosaur lips would have looked like. We don't know for sure that they looked like monitor lizard lips, which is what the Jurassic Park creators chose. Maybe they didn't have a distinct row of scales there. Maybe their lips were weird. Maybe they were tight and firm near the tip of the snout, but then more pliable towards the back of the mouth, for instance. So it's kind of hard to tell, but in this toy, it would seem like the ligament bands are pretty tight. Like it looks like if this animal closed its mouth, you would still see its teeth. And obviously this one does have its mouth closed, and you do see its teeth. I cannot at this time say that it is wrong to restore it this way, but you should be cognizant of the decision that you're making if you choose to have the teeth exposed with the mouth closed. Since we're talking about the flesh of the face, we may as well talk about the stuff poking out of the flesh, namely the integument, the fuzz and scales and feathers. We know from related animals that have been preserved with feather impressions that this toy has the right idea, where there are feathers or fuzz in front of the eyes that then leave off, and then there's scales or possibly skin, but more likely reticulate scales on the snout. You'll often see, we really only have 3 feathered toys, but you can see here they have chosen to have the skin or scales be a very different color than the feathers are. That does sell the idea that these are bird-like, because if you look at a bird, their feet and their beak will be yellow or whatever, and the rest of the bird is a different color. It's not necessarily the case that the scales would be a dramatically different color than the feathers, though. So again, just be cognizant of the decisions you're making. Both of these have crests of feathers. This toy has weird sort of scaly brow crests, and they're subtle on this toy, but you can see that it has the Jurassic Park-like crests running on the edges of the sort of corners of the face that they've put there. All of these are reasonable. Again, I would caution using these particular ridges just because those are the ones that looked nice in Jurassic Park, but and I question like the sculpt here. These don't really look like any feathers I've seen, but conceptually there's nothing wrong with there being hackles or other kinds of crests on the head. As of 2019, we might actually expect there to be even more wattles or crests or other structures on top of the head, because there was a paper looking at these peculiar hollows on the tops of archosaur heads where blood could be exchanged between the inside of the skull and the surface of the skull. And this could be functioning as a radiator to exchange heat. It could also, or it could be amplified by having blood-filled structures on the head, whether that's caruncular skin like you would see on something like a turkey, whether that's wattles or snoods, or any of these other really fun terms for the various parts of a bird's face. Combs is a good one. So what if the entire head and neck might be naked like a turkey or a vulture? Well, there's a common belief that vultures' heads are bald because they have to stick their heads into carrion and it helps them keep them clean, and maybe, but it's been found that it's actually for thermoregulation. Vultures in some parts of the world will go from a very hot temperature at the surface and then take off and fly up into the atmosphere, and they've dropped 30 degrees or so. So what they can do is, if they're too warm, they extend their neck out of their feathers, and that cools them off. And if they're cold, they pull their neck back in, and it's insulated. It's been found that turkeys as well have thermoregulatory benefits to having a naked head, though not to the degree that vultures do, because as far as I know, turkeys do not soar up into the sky. But they found that turkey's southernmost range, which goes down into Mexico, actually is extended by having a naked head because they can thermoregulate in those very hot temperatures. So for an animal like Velociraptor, a feathered dinosaur living in an arid environment like the goby was back then. Interestingly, the goby in the Campanian was fairly similar to the goby today. You had arid to semi-arid environment with sand dunes and high plateaus and what we call flats in America, seasonal lakes. It's an environment of very hot temperatures, but probably very cold nights, and this feathered dinosaur probably would have an advantage if it had a caruncular patch on its head, or if it had a naked neck that it could pull back into its chest feathers. So yeah, I would say it's not unjustifiable. 6-foot turkey.
It's Anything for Dogs Month with deals all month long.
I hope I don't have to belabor the point that these were feathered animals. Even if we did not have direct evidence of feathers in Velociraptor, we would infer it because we have related animals with evidence of feathers in the form of impressions, and we can bracket Velociraptor between them and say, yes, this is a feathered clade. However, we do have a Velociraptor ulna, which is a bone in the forearm, which has knobs on it, which are very similar to the knobs that we see in some birds, and those are anchor points for the quills of wing feathers. So we can at least say that Velociraptor definitely had feathers on its wings with quills. So with the calamus in the center of the feather. And it's reasonable to assume that if they have feathers on their wings, then they must have feathers elsewhere on their bodies. What is less clear, or at least is open to some degree of interpretation, is the extent of the feathering and what form of feathers is on what body part. It's kind of up to the artist where you stop the feathers on the legs. Sometimes you see them all the way down to the toes. More often you see it just like this, where it stops above the ankle. It's unlikely that we would see feathers on the feet like we have in Microraptor or Anchiornis. Less clear whether we would see leg wings like we see in Archaeopteryx or indeed Microraptor. It's difficult to say what purpose they would serve in Velociraptor unless there was some weird like brooding thermoregulation purpose, or again if it might be for display. What we also don't know is the extent to which the feathering would modify the contours of the body. So the more modern toys here, whether they have feathers or not, are showing an accurate Velociraptor chest. The torso of the animal was not what you see in toys like this, a barrel or cylinder. It was much deeper top to bottom than it was side to side, which you can see pretty clearly on the unfeathered one. But even on the feathered one, you can see this one has more of a bristly dino fuzz covering, and you can clearly see the contour of the body underneath it. Whereas this one, it's more obscured. And you could actually push that even further. You could have just like a maximum fluff Velociraptor, but I don't know that that would be particularly reasonable. It really depends on whether it had contour feathers, like structurally feathers, or something more like down or dino fuzz, whether that would create that volume. So a tentative, sort of safe, middle-of-the-road feathering for a Velociraptor would be something pretty similar to this, where you have pennaceous feathers on the wings and on the tail. You have contour feathers or down on the body and the upper legs. You have dino fuzz on the face and lower legs. I called them wings earlier, but should we? They definitely look like wings, but using that word would imply that they have some kind of aerodynamic function, that they could flap or use them for maneuvering through the air. They definitely could not flap. Velociraptor could only raise their arms to the sub-horizontal position. Their shoulder socket actually offered them less range of motion than Deinonychus did. So it would seem that if, and that's a big if because this is up for debate, Velociraptor's ancestors were flying or climbing, they lost that ability in favor of being able to grab onto things underneath them and kick them to death. To that end, they have what's called uncinate processes, those barbs that you sometimes see on dinosaurs' ribs. Those help the rib cage maintain its structure, but also help the breathing muscles and shoulder muscles do a better job. In other words, they had the musculature that you would expect if they were dealing with vertical stresses with their arms. And the question that raises is, how good at grabbing things were their hands? How apt is Osborne's designation of them as super raptorial? Well, Center in 2006 looked at Bambiraptor and Deinonychus, which are two Velociraptor relatives, and specifically was looking at how their hands worked and how they were able to grab things. He found that they could grab things with both hands underneath the body with their wrists retracted. They could grab things against the far side of their body with the opposite hand, which feels like the Darkwing Duck pose, which I might want to call the Shadow pose, but I don't know if anybody will even get Darkwing Duck references at this point. But he found that they could not extend both arms and both wrists and grab with both hands because extending the arm and the wrist supinates the hand. We've talked a lot about pronating the hand, which is where it turns like this, which they could not do, but it turns out that they could, or indeed had to, supinate if they were extending their arm all the way out. Speaking of pronation, we've talked about this in almost every episode, but you'll notice that all of the Jurassic Park-y toys here have the classic hands facing downwards pose, whereas all of the more modern toys have the more correct hands facing each other pose. And also this one has its hands facing each other. So I guess I have to give it points for that. And for nothing else. And we've mentioned so many times that they could not hold their hands that way, but I don't think we've ever mentioned why that's such a popular trope still. It just kind of looks right, is my opinion. When artists were trying to convey, okay, this is a weapon, this is a hand used for grabbing at things, they looked at living raptors. They looked at how an eagle holds its talons or how a hawk holds its talons, which looks pretty similar to this. This one has really long hands like you would expect in a velociraptor, but these ones that are less concerned with getting the anatomy right just kind of default to making it look, like hawk talons. And I think that's the intent, and I like that they're using a bird reference instead of a lizard reference for dinosaur limbs. That's refreshing. Unfortunately, it's also wrong. So the next question you might have is, if they're having to grab things with both hands, are their primary feathers, the feathers on their hands, affecting how their fingers work? Well, with regards to grabbing things, Center certainly seems to think so, that the primaries would get in the way. As you can see on this toy, the fingers are separate from the wing. The primary feathers are anchored to the second finger here. It's a little hard to tell, but that's what they're doing. But the fingertips are not like encased in a mitten of flesh the way that you would see in a modern bird. They can still move independent of the wing. That has implications for their integument. We have laser fluorescence of Anchiornis, a more distantly related animal, that shows that it did have reticulate scales on its finger pads, which is it's the pad, same place that your finger pads are. We don't necessarily know, but we assume that there were reticulate scales on the backs of the fingers as well. We don't think they had an alula, what's called a bastard wing, on the thumb. There would be no reason to have one since, as we established, it probably wasn't using its wing for aerodynamic purposes. I don't know how reasonable it is to have what this toy has, which are scoots on the fingers. We know from evolutionary developmental biology that scoots are modified feather cells, so it does make a certain amount of sense to have scoots there, because if you're going to have flight feathers growing out of the fingers, at a certain point you have to turn those off and turn them back into scoots so that you can use the finger. However, some of these toys take that idea too far. This is probably the best example because this is what I see all the time, is sort of a feather sleeve, but then a completely featherless hand. And you won't see that. We know that feathers develop at the fingertips first. So you could potentially have, I don't know if we found any, but you could potentially have a dinosaur with feathered hands and not feathered arms, but it would be extremely surprising to find one with feathered arms and no feathered hands. Now you may raise the objection, Stephen, look at their feet. Their feet clearly have scoots. which means that they have secondarily turned off the feather genes, which means that they could have just done the same thing for the hands. And that's an excellent question. I don't know of any work on this. It feels like something that we could experimentally test, like take a bird and turn off the genes for producing feathers on its fingers and see if it gets scoots like on its foot. I don't know of any work going on in that area, so I will tentatively say that it's not genetically impossible to have featherless hands, but as I just said, it would be extremely surprising. Furthermore, the pressure, the selection pressure to lose the feathers on your foot, if they were ever present, is much stronger than to lose it on your hands in a bipedal animal, because your feet are always on the ground. You're going to have to constantly be cleaning those feathers. You're probably going to break those feathers really often, whereas your hands, since you're not walking on them, way lower maintenance. What's pretty unclear is exactly how long the primary feathers, any of the wing feathers really, should be in Velociraptor. We can look at related animals, and indeed we do. We have a pair of Microraptorians that are of use. We have Genuanlong, who is about the same size as Velociraptor and has primary feathers that are about twice the length of the hand. We have Sinornithosaurus, which is about half the size of Velociraptor, but their wing feathers are about the length of the hand. Now, if feathers present difficulties when we're trying to restore them and say, this is exactly what it was, eyes are that, but more so. We haven't talked about eyes very much on this show, as evidenced by the fact that our animations usually just put a little hole there, but eyes vary really widely, even between very closely related animals, because the form of the eye is dictated by the function of the eye. How the animal is using its vision in large part determines what its eyes are going to look like. But without any direct evidence, which I guess you could maybe have a dinosaur's eye preserved in amber someday, that's not impossible, but lacking that kind of direct evidence, all we can do is say, well, if we look at living archosaurs, crocodilians and birds, there are certain circumstances that seem to correlate with such and such eye. So what we're really asking is, for an animal that filled Velociraptor's ecological role in Velociraptor's clade, are crocodile-like slit pupils reasonable? And the answer is, surprisingly, yeah. There is 2011 research comparing the scleral rings of various animals, including Velociraptor. That's the circle of bone that you sometimes see in the orbit, the eye socket of dinosaurs. It tells us two things: the focal length of the eye and the size of the aperture, the size of the opening of the pupil. Combined, those give us the F number. If an animal has a low F number, that means they're adapted to low light conditions. If they have a high F number, they're adapted to high light conditions. And those researchers found that Velociraptor do have low F numbers. They have what's called scotopic eyes. They are suited to nocturnal or crepuscular lifestyle, which is they're active during twilight, either in the morning or evening. So watch out, mammals. Velociraptor's coming for you. However, Protoceratops, which we know from direct fossil evidence that Velociraptor at least sometimes preyed on, is not strictly nocturnal. They have what's called mesopic eyes, so they're not really well adapted to either low light or high light. That would imply that Protoceratops are either also crepuscular or what's called cathameral, which is kind of a catch-all term for they're active whenever they're hungry, which is not uncommon in large herbivores. They'll, you will sometimes see cows out at night grazing and they're perfectly happy. Those researchers concluded that it is plausible that the famous fighting dinosaurs incident occurred in twilight or low light conditions. So we can fill in that detail in our artwork. So we can tentatively say that Velociraptor would need to be able to see well at night, but also retain color vision so that they could see well in low light, twilight, morning, evening conditions. There's a living archosaur that fits that profile, and that profile has slit pupils. It's crocodilians. So how do slits help? Well, when light enters the eye, it bends, it diffracts, and shorter wavelengths, the violet end of the spectrum, bend more, and so they converge, that is, they focus too far forward, so that the image that actually reaches the retina has crossed over again and is blurry. Diurnal animals like us don't care. Our pupils are generally narrowed with deep focus. But partially or fully nocturnal animals have their pupils wide to let in as much light as possible. But they have a very shallow depth of field, especially predators. They can't afford to throw out any of those wavelengths, so they have what's called multifocal lenses. This has differentiated bands so that the different light spectrums will focus approximately where they need to be. You lose a little bit, but you gain those wavelengths that you were completely unable to use before. The problem is, what if it's morning and evening and the pupil narrows again? Now light isn't going through all of those fancy bands you have. But with a slit, it still can.
Get this 2023 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 for just $53,021.
Now, in living dinosaurs, birds, multifocal lenses are really common, but slit pupils are not. This might be because if you look at a bird in daylight, they actually keep their pupils fairly dilated. They might have just such excellent eyes, I have a citation for that, birds' eyes are objectively excellent, that they don't have the problems that slit pupils evolved to remedy. So that was all a long way of saying that slit pupils are actually quite reasonable until and unless we find evidence of bird-like vision in dromaeosaurs. We're rubbing up against an issue that occurs a lot with dromaeosaurs, where we assume because they're such bird-like animals that any of the unknowns we have can just get filled in with bird stuff, and that'll be close enough. Except we know, and we have known for a long time, even though Barsbold's work wasn't known in the West yet, that different parts of avian anatomy evolved at different times, and usually for different purposes than they were ultimately used for in birds. So we can't do that. We should be very careful, in fact, about just filling it in with bird stuff. Or indeed frog DNA. I don't think we should leave that part in. Mind you, I don't think that this look of raptor persists solely because it's a cool look. I think audiences had an emotional connection to the raptors in Jurassic Park, so we should probably address why the behaviors were wrong too. The raptors in those films run as fast as cheetahs and are, quote, astonishing jumpers. They hunt in packs, they use their toe claws to slash, and they're extremely intelligent, demonstrating problem-solving abilities.
Sorry to pause the video, but putting the VOD up is very important.
Let's start with locomotion. There is an extremely prevalent trope in dromaeosaurs of the stiff, rod-like tail. Most of these toys have it to some extent, but these toys are the most explicit. This originates with Ostrom and his initial thoughts on Deinonychus. He later changed his mind, but at first he thought that they would be using their tail with its reinforcing bony rods as a sort of pendulum to control their trajectory while running around. However, we know, based on a preserved, articulated velociraptor tail, which is bent in an S-curve, that their tail could flex about. I demonstrated this in Deinonychus with pencils, but the bundles of rods above and below their tail were more oval-shaped than round, and they were stacked more vertically than in big round bunches. So the flexibility of the tail is what's called anisotropic. It would bend side to side quite a bit, but not so much up and down. So the rods were helping them keep their tails up. Cool, but why was that necessary? Other dinosaurs hold their tails up without any problems. Well, maybe it was because they were also supporting the weight of a tail frond or tail fan.
Curate your classroom with decorating essentials from Hobby Lobby. You can create a unique class theme with our wide selection of home decor and art supplies, including bulletin board sets, sports icons, on-trend accessories, and beyond. Shop in store or online now.
Gotta go hard. Every day. Say the word, Chef.
Let it rip.
You cannot take your eyes off this thing.
Turn up the heat. Let's go.
Order!
Looking forward.
You're looking forward. Why don't we push this? Why don't we look forward to that?
FX's The Bear on Hulu. And
This is just the beginning.
oh, you think I came back? There's more.
Are you ready? I've been ready.
For just $2 more a month,
Wait for it.
you can add Disney Plus to Hulu. The Hulu and Disney Plus bundle, with plans starting at just $9.99 a month.
I'm using frond to mean, like on this guy, where there's pennaceous feathers, rectrices, all the way down the tail. And I'm using fan to mean like on this guy, where there's basically no pennaceous feathers until right near the tip. We do not know which situation Velociraptor had, or if it even had either of them. It's reasonable to conclude that it would have had some tail feathers, just based on bracketing, but based on related animals, the jury is a bit out. Microraptor has a fan, our friends Genuine Long and Sinornithosaurus both have fronds. Some 2017 workers working on a related animal found that there are some features on the sides of the tail vertebrae that might be anchor points for pennaceous tail feathers, for rectrices. I don't know whether Velociraptor has those, but I noticed that they seem to start at that same point that Velociraptor's tail transitions from being very flexible near the base to being rigid and rod reinforced further out, which is right around vertebrae 6 and 7, caudal vertebrae 6 and 7. That said, I don't know how heavy a tail frond or tail fan would be. It seems that having those tail stiffening rods is not related to any kind of aerodynamic function, because even though more basal animals don't have the rods, they do still have that transition point between more flexible near the body and less flexible further out. So before there was even the chance of them using it for any kind of flight or aerodynamic maneuvering, they already had that transition. It would seem that the rods are a byproduct of miniaturization. They're actually ossified tendons, like what we saw in certain long-necked sauropods. What it does is allow precise motor control without having heavy muscles out away from the center of mass of the creature. Or in Velociraptor's case, it allows muscular control of the tail even with their very reduced caudal muscles, tail muscles. Indeed, Velociraptor's tail muscles are very small. Dromaeosaurs in general have reduced tail musculature, so the animals here that have a really narrow little tail are actually more accurate than the ones that have the big beefy tail with the muscles flowing into the back of the leg, like we would want in a more basal theropod. We talked about in Carnotaurus the caudofemoralis longus and the other tail muscles that anchor at the bottom of the tail and the back of the femur that are used for running. Those, like all the other tail muscles, are reduced in Velociraptor, so it's reasonable to conclude that they wouldn't be strong runners. Similarly, their lower legs, it's probably clearest if you look at these two, their lower legs are proportionally really short, even by Dromaeosaur standards. And it's true that these animals were, at that point in the dinosaur family tree, that they would be walking more from the knee joint than from the hip joint, but even correcting for that, they still have really short little foot bones, which implies that they would not be fast runners. This is because the leg below the knee determines their stride length, and everything else being equal, a shorter stride length is always going to be slower than a longer stride length. Dromaeosaurs in general seem to have been worse runners than their troodontid relatives, and Velociraptor at least lacks the arctometatarsus, which is that arrangement of foot bones where the middle bone can use the other two foot bones sort of like a shock absorber, which is an adaptation for running, which again, Velociraptor lacks. All of this led workers in 2011 to conclude that Dromaeosaurs and Velociraptor were likely ambush hunters. So if we continue on down, we reach the foot and the question of, could a Velociraptor slash you across the belly if you were alive at the same time?
Feeling healthy by leaps and bounds. Making a dinner that makes their whole day, and giving your best friend the best nutrients for their best life. Science did that.
This is a Nissan sales event ad.
And here's the star of the show.
Better hurry. These offers won't get a sequel.
The sickle claw, as you can see in these toys, and you can distinctly not see in toys like this or this, was held off the ground. There's some 2019 research on Deinonychus that is useful. They looked at the tendons surrounding the sickle claw and found that, similar to how if you just hold your hand out and just relax your fingers, but then pull your wrist back without doing anything to your fingers curl. This is called tendonesis grasp. Similar to that, when Velociraptor's foot, or Deinonychus's foot, was in its neutral position, its claw would be resting up. The purpose of this is to keep the claw sharp. If you're walking on the claw all the time, it's going to get dulled and it's not going to be useful as a weapon. And it was definitely used as a weapon, but was it used for slashing? That idea seems to come from the incredible range of motion of the leg, foot, and toe joints. As early as 1983, Barsvold was pointing out that attacking with one foot while trying to pursue your prey requires a high degree of equilibrium and balance. More likely, probably, that the animal would let its body weight or gravity or its arms hold the prey, and then it would kick out, rather than do that kind of ballet to try and bring its claws into striking range. The aforementioned 2019 paper on Deinonychus is again illuminating. They looked at how they could optimize the amount of force transferred through the tip of the claw, and they found that a flexed limb posture actually produces the most. They also found that the animal's anatomy was not great at transferring weight through the claw, but it would have been good at grasping. I point out that both grasping and kicking with the legs still flexed are things that the fighting dinosaurs Velociraptor is doing. On the subject of grasping, we need to look at the hallux, which is a fancy term for the first toe, which on some of these they are cheating. They're using it as a strut to keep the animal upright, which I don't necessarily hate, except that this looks exactly like what you would see in a bird. Whereas what you really want, this one is better, where it's just the very tip of the toe. Also, this one's cheating anyway by having the fingertips holding it. But yes, the hallux was not used for walking on, but we've noticed that, in Deinonychus at least, the first toe roughly opposes the fourth toe, which means that the first, second, and fourth toe could all be grasping at something while the second toe was doing its job of injuring it. This squares with the 2011 model of raptor prey restraint feeding, which, based partially on modern raptors, has the animal on top of whatever it's eating, grasping it with its feet, keeping it pinned with the first, second, and fourth toes, using its wings either for balance or to shroud what it's doing from other interested parties, and using its mouth to eat. Then again, we have the Fighting Dinosaurs Velociraptor, which clearly has one of its feet extended with all of its toes except the second one retracted. While we're on the subject of the claw, most of these toys have fairly conservatively sized sickle claws. We don't know exactly how big it would be because keratin sheaths are difficult to predict just based on the bony core that survives in fossils, but it could have been like twice as long as the bone, and the bone is 5 centimeters. Admittedly, you probably don't want to have a giant blade on a children's toy. That seems like a bad idea. Final notes on the feet would be that, based on trackway evidence, we have no trackway evidence for Velociraptor in particular, but we have related Deinonychosaurs of similar size and morphology. We know for sure that they did walk only on 2 toes, because we have what are called didactyl tracks. We also know that the larger the animal, the more of a pad it would have at the base of its toes. So on Velociraptor, we would expect to see a little bit of one, and it doesn't look like any of these toys really have such a thing. Well, this one kind of does. I hate to refer to this one as a positive, although it does have a nice curvy tail laterally while being straight up and down. So maybe they were listening. Or maybe they were accidentally right. That seems more likely. An interesting thing about one of the trackways that might apply to Velociraptor is that it's a group of animals all moving in the same direction.
Do you know Hobby Lobby has hundreds of incredible products on sale every single week? Just check out our weekly ad to discover unbelievable savings across the store and start shopping in-store or online at hobbylobby.com today.
I'm saving with Liberty Mutual, Mom. They customize your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. You could save $700 just by switching.
Oh, let me put a reminder on my phone. On the top of the pile.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
There is very little evidence to suggest that velociraptors, or indeed any dromaeosaurs, hunted in packs. Pack hunting is a really sophisticated behavior. Very few mammals actually do it, and mammals in general are quite smart. There's a really persistent trope in paleoart that any Tenontosaurus will be beset instantly by groups of Deinonychus. This is based on a bone bed we found with several Deinonychus individuals all apparently having grouped up to feed on a dead Tenontosaurus. Now, this could mean that those Deinonychus had grouped up to take down a very large prey animal. But it could also mean that the prey animal was dead by some other means, and a bunch of other unrelated Deinonychus all just showed up to opportunistically feed. This is maybe more likely, seeing as these are diapsids after all, that this agonistic feeding behavior is a more parsimonious explanation than pack hunting, but as usual, we need more evidence. Now you might say, but raptors are intelligent. Maybe they could use the really intelligent behavior of pack hunting. Well, not clear. The raptors being hyper-intelligent in Jurassic Park is really cool because it dispels a long-standing myth that dinosaurs just in general were stupid. Dinosaurs were presumed to be reptiles, and reptiles were presumed to be stupid. Paraves, like Velociraptor, like other dromaeosaurs, are subject to a slightly more sophisticated bias. The parts of birds' brains were named by researchers to correspond to the names of the basal ganglia in mammals, which might be confusing, but basically it means that just based on those terms, it's assumed that birds are using much less sophisticated structures to do all of their brain power stuff. There are some ways that we can try to estimate animals' intelligence. We can look at the brain-to-body ratio, the forebrain-to-body ratio. We can look at neuron counts, but none of them are particularly good at predicting intelligence. It seems like they're only really good at general trends, and with extinct animals, we're in the dark because we can't test their intelligence. That was kind of the point of Jurassic Park including intelligence. It's like, we had no way of knowing that they were going to be like this. The brain case of Velociraptor has been described. It's fairly similar to what we see in Archaeopteryx. We can say that more of their brain was devoted to smell than birds have, and we know that they lacked this particular structure that's used for taking in visual and somatosensory, that is a sense of touch, inputs, and transferring them to motor controls, which makes sense that they wouldn't really need that as much as an animal that can fly. But as far as problem-solving ability goes, we may never know. I've mentioned several times the fighting dinosaurs specimen, where a velociraptor is preserved kicking at a protoceratops, who is in turn pinning the velociraptor's leg and biting its arm. It is, without exaggeration, the most exquisite fossil we've ever found, simply because it preserves that behavior. That said, I think we should be tentative about extrapolating from it too much. Like, we tend to look at that and say, oh hey, Velociraptor liked to eat protoceratops. We have a data point of 1, and it's worth noting that the Velociraptor died in the attempt. So it's not unlikely that they would have eaten a lot of protoceratops. Of the megafauna that we've recovered from Jadokta, from Bayan Zak, Protoceratops outnumbers all the other specimens combined by 15 to 1. And they're quite a bit larger and heavier than Velociraptor as well, so one imagines that if Velociraptor was eating them, it was eating them after they'd already died of other causes. And there's no shortage of little mammals to eat either, so I would imagine that Velociraptor attacking a Protoceratops was a fairly rare event. I did see a suggestion that maybe the Protoceratops was stuck in unstable sand, which makes sense, that if the big hunk of meat is immobilized and the Velociraptor, which is much lighter, can still walk on top of the sand, that's an opportunity that it probably wouldn't be able to pass up. Obviously it went wrong, but I can respect its gumption. What seems to have happened is that it's twilight in the desert. Protoceratops is facing uphill, and Velociraptor attacks from behind and to the right. But something immediately goes wrong, and Protoceratops is able to bring its beak to bear. Velociraptor grabs at Protoceratops's face with both of its hands, but Protoceratops chomps down on Velociraptor's right arm and holds on for the next 75 million years. Velociraptor claws at Protoceratops's stomach like a cat that didn't want its belly petted. Protoceratops either crouches or collapses due to its injuries, in either case pins Velociraptor's right leg. So the Velociraptor, pinned by its dead or dying foe, is losing blood fast from its arm wound. The animals lay like that for some time. It's not clear whether they both died at the same time, but eventually Velociraptor's neck gets pulled into that characteristic S-curve as it dries. They might have been partially buried alive by a collapsing dune or a sandstorm. It seems that something pulled Protoceratops partially off of Velociraptor, dislocating its shoulder. This is probably scavengers, but Barsbold suggests that it was other Protoceratops trying to rescue their friend. I didn't want to include that detail because it's speculation and heartbreaking, but I have a lot of respect for the fact that Barsbold is still publishing in his 80s. so all I can do is report on what he thinks. So having spent this entire episode essentially complaining about Jurassic Park, I would like to at least extend an olive branch that their narrative and meta-narrative goals did align with my own goals. They wanted to show that the bad guys in their movie acted on incomplete information and it turned out badly for them because dinosaurs were not what they were expecting. You might say their dinosaurs were wrong. But now we do have a lot more information. We can fill in a lot of the gaps with Velociraptor without needing frog DNA for some reason. So we have what I would call a duty to Velociraptor to continue using it as essentially the mascot of new look dinosaurs. And I want to thank you all for watching Your Dinosaurs Are Wrong. Please remember to do all of the things that people say at the ends of these videos, and we will see you next time. We would like to extend a special thank you to these individuals who have gone above and beyond to support this show. We could not have done it without you. Thank you.
For me, being born without legs, technology has played a huge role in my life. I have running legs that come all the way from Japan, and I get them fabricated in Seattle. And if I didn't connect with these individuals, I wouldn't be standing here today.
I would like to thank Laura and Keith Baston for
no more of
the
that.
Safari Limited Archaeopteryx, and I'd like to thank the people
1984ing it. Polls up for what you want to do next.
Surface.
Turtle fact. Some aquatic turtles have developed a new diet that makes their conservation important. Several species are now eating invasive mollusk species like the Asian clam and the zebra mussel, which are detrimental to the ecosystems they make their way into.
Let's save a turtle today. Currently debating what to do with myself.
Ray Magliozzi here. When you need parts, eBay Motors ensures a guaranteed fit. Hey, Dave,
Night, Apple.
Hello. May I say welcome? My name is Dr. Ian Malcolm. You may have heard of me. Well, correction, you should have heard of me, especially now that you're here. So before you are the islands that you need to manage, if you can. The 5 deaths. Jeez, if only there had been 5. Okay, this is as good a place as any to begin. Isla Matanceros. It's relatively stable. Yeah, you can get your feet wet here, and you should. Diving into the deep end of the pool is where the big, angry, hungry things are.
I'm Cabot Finch, Public Relations and Crisis Management, and I'm here to help you. You'll start by building a Hammond Creation Lab. We've already started on an enclosure for you. You should just attach it to the side. But watch out for dinosaurs. Just kidding. Let's focus on what you're here to do, which is create dinosaur facilities on the islands we call the 5 Deaths. Actually, Las Cinco Muertes, because Spanish is the lingo of choice around here. You'll need to connect it to the pre-existing network of paths and the power grid.
Messing with OBS settings to see if I can get it to work better. I don't think it wants to cooperate today. It's like OBS completely freezes whenever I click away onto the game. Took 8 seconds for OBS to update. Now it's my OBS dying.
Now comes the real test, incubating a dinosaur. You'll start with a Struthiomimus. Select the creation lab and pick a hatchery bay. There's enough genome data for your first viable dinosaur. It's supposed to build. Isn't even in full screen. Maybe that's part of the problem. See if this does anything.
I don't think that's going to fix anything. Let's see. Wish I knew sometimes it works and sometimes it does this. I could at least figure out what to do to fix it.
The machinations of the ambitious, undoing extinction, playing with nature's laws. What can possibly go wrong?
Come on, Doctor. You know we've learned so much and invested even more in our Jurassic operations since the last time.
Yes, Mr. Finch, yes, the last time. There's always a last time. And a next. Life. It begins. The most precious moment. The result of incalculable actions and reactions, trials and errors, genetic mutations and unknowable combinations, chaos, all leading to a living, breathing, thinking being, an entity, distinct and unique. And now we, you, just manufacture them. So,
When I select the OBS window, I can get it to run smoothly like this. But as soon as I click back on the game, it gets choppy again. That doesn't make any sense to me because my computer's doing the exact same thing, regardless of which window I've selected. Yeah, they're on different monitors.
The Hammond Foundation has 3 main areas of interest: security, entertainment, and science. I've already nudged the heads of each division to reach out to you personally. They'll offer opportunities and incentives for you to be part of their team. Choose one of their contracts. It'll help you develop your facility. Dr. Dua. This is our new Director of Operations.
I'm aware, Cabot. I'm Dr. Dua. I run the science division of our operation. Okay, you're going to need to build your reputation in the science division. Not easy with me around, but you'll manage. That means managing our dinosaur population and seeing that they are flourishing.
don't think I fixed anything, but let's see.
Contracts can be requested from the division heads inside the control room. Complete these to increase your reputation and gain additional revenue to keep expanding your park.
I'm on the same monitor now and it's still choppy. Same thing was happening with Social Moth a couple weeks ago. But it's never really happened before or since with Social Moth. And it happened a little bit with the first game I played, but I thought I was able to fix it.
I'd suggest making the most of any downtime. You know, send out expeditions. Get the squares to research something. Make me a coffee, that sort of thing. Cream and 2 sugars.
Made the window as small as it can possibly go. It's still not going to work. Is that a dead dinosaur? Oh, no, it's alive. Don't know how to select the dinosaur and follow it around again. I was using game capture. I switched over to window capture and set the game to windowed mode to see if that would help, and I don't think it changed anything. Now it's back on game capture. Looks like it's moving a little faster than window capture was, but it's still choppy. It's almost kind of working. It seems like if I turn some settings down, it might work. I can't turn the frame rate down without ending the stream, but I can do frames per second. Can I? Thought I could. Display capture worked for a few seconds. Well, nothing I try is changing the issue at all. I don't have any notes for this slideshow, though, so I don't have anything to say about it. Just have to look at it.
So, one more thing. Your reputation. Your rep, quote unquote. Keep an eye on it, okay? If you have a solid reputation with a division, you're more likely to benefit from them. Financially, I mean. But, like life, it's a balancing act. Each division is vying for your attention, and if they don't get it, they tend to take it personally.
What if I turned the VOD volume up and turn the game volume down?
It's coming from the PA system. They must be broadcasting on the emergency channel. Hang on, I'm gonna track this down.
What happened? Why did the VOD pause?
Nothing here. That sickle claw on the second digit. Velociraptor. What the hell happened here?
Why did it leave a foot?
How's our patient?
Pretty much the same. She doesn't look so good. Whoa, that does not look normal. Are you one of the nice dinosaurs? Like the kind that didn't try to step on me last night?
Well, we tried our best.
Dinosaurs ruled the earth. You mean like right now? It's gotta be safer in here than out there.
We've seen better days, huh? What a mess. They look so harmless in the picture. Nope.
It's supposed to go.
What happened?
Hold on.
Seriously messed up.
There's a radio in there.
Can I help? You got it.
Let's get this channel right.
Increase the video bitrate. I've exited the game.
Hello? Hello? This is Jerry Harding. I'm the chief veterinarian.
I know who you are. This is Laura Sorkin. I hope you enjoyed the ride.
Dr. Sorkin, you're still on the island?
We're stuck in the field lab. The road's washed out and our phone lines are down. What's your story?
There's no one here at the visitor center. Looks like a tornado hit this place. Do you know what's going on?
Security went down last night. Naturally, the park's going to hell. Looks like Hammond already evacuated. I don't think he meant to leave us.
No, of course not. I'll try to call the mainland from here. They'll send a helicopter. But first, Doctor, I've got a very, very sick woman on my hands. She seems to have been bitten. I don't recognize the bite. Whatever it is, it's incredibly toxic. And
Is it a ragged wound? Heterodont bite pattern, about 20 centimeters across the jaw?
that sounds about right.
What about her eyes? Discolored sclera, opsoclonus?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I'm seeing.
Damn it. You don't have much time. She's gonna go into a series of convulsions and she won't come back. Do you have any carfentanil?
Carfentanil? An opioid? No, I don't, Doctor, but I mean, what good would that...
I don't have time to explain. A quarter mil should do it. Less
Dr. Sorkin, with all due respect, that dosage would kill her.
Dr. Harding, you've got to trust me on this. You need a powerful tranquilizer to counter the toxins. You need it quick.
All right, okay, maybe in the lab. No, wait, the tranq darts for the rifle. That's in a torphine blend.
That could work. Get that into her as quick as you can. In the meantime, stay with her. When the shaking starts, you need to hold her steady.
Isn't that dangerous? I mean, normally if someone's having a seizure...
Please, just follow my instructions. Her life depends on it. Call me on this channel after you've given her the tranquilizer.
Will do. I need to move that woman so I can work on her, and I'm gonna need...
Tranquilizer darts. Yeah, I heard. They're in the car. I'll get them.
Okay, but listen to me. If you hear anything, see anything, don't take any risks. You just come straight back here.
Don't worry, I'm on it.
Can't they just tell her why the woman's dying? Don't think I'm gonna play far enough into the game to find out. How did a dinosaur leave a footprint in cement?
Dad, where are you?
Jess, get out now!
What?
This is fine.
Jess, don't move! You can only see.
You'll have to test it sometime when people don't mind me starting and stopping and restarting the stream over and over. I don't really feel like doing that now, though. Guys, we gotta eat again.
Dad, where are you?
Jess, get out now!
What?
Jess, don't move! You can only see you when you're moving! You okay, sweetheart?
I'm okay.
Just stay out of sight! Oh no. It's getting worse.
I don't know, nothing in this game made sense.
Dad, I can get the darts.
No, Jess! Just get out of here!
I'm not leaving you.
Get out of here and go where? Where was she supposed to go?
You're not gonna last much longer, are you?
Did it.
Gotta get it away from Jess. It's gonna take more than that to get its attention.
Really?
If I could just hit it. If I can just get its attention. Dr. Sorkin, we need some help. Not yet, but... Son of a...
Well, howdy, little paleontologists. Welcome to Jurassic Park. Are you ready to see some dinosaurs? I can't hear you.
I still need to figure out why my latest follower on the bottom bar doesn't work anymore. It says welcome. Am I supposed to lead the dinosaur back? I don't want to do that. Why is she always getting into trouble?
I'm right here.
I'm stuck.
Let go, honey. It's not that far. I'll catch you.
Okay, I can't.
Don't be scared, sweetheart. All right, listen to me, honey. I'm gonna count to 3, and you're gonna let go. And I'm gonna be right here. I'm gonna catch you, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Good. 1.
This is fine. Latest follower still doesn't.
Come on, sweetheart. I got you. Let's go.
I have it set up right. Something must have just broke on the widget.
Where is the signal? Dr. Sorkin.
I'm here. What's happening?
I need you to get the tour car moving.
I don't understand.
Trust me on this one, please. Start the car.
All right, hang on.
It's gone.
Good. Dad?
Yeah. What?
I've seen enough dinosaurs.
In that case, let's go home. Come on. I need to make a phone call.
Going home, chat. Maybe. Or maybe there's still more.
How long has it been?
We found you last night. We sorta, like, ran into you.
Maldita sea.
So, who is Mariquita?
Mariquita? It's nobody. A word.
Oh, my Spanish is so lame. I was trying to talk to you in the car, and it's like, I thought you were gonna kill me because my grammar sucks.
So, what did we talk about?
Help's on the way. The control room's a mess, but the phones are working. Hey, you look a whole lot better.
Help is on the way?
Ingen is sending a rescue team. A helicopter will be here soon to take us to the mainland. We'll get you looked at by a people doctor instead of a vet.
A rescue team? Engine. My things. I had a pack.
Oh, it's right here.
You were in
nearly
pretty bad
died.
shape there for a while.
Bad shape? You almost died, but my dad patched you up.
I had a pretty great assistant.
Thank you. Both of you.
Yeah, well, I'll send you a bill later. Now, can you tell us what happened?
I'm here for pest control. You have a pest problem. You know what? I don't have time for this.
Whoa, whoa, take it easy. Take it easy, don't push yourself.
There won't be any rescue. Not for you.
She betrayed us. We did it. We finished episode 1. I'm not doing another episode. Could go back and try to do better on these. Putting a poll up. Guess I'm just not going to show latest follower. It's not going to work. And I'll be back in a minute or two. Skip it. Actually, that's pretty much everything that happened before I started the video.
Using Deinonychus in his book, but decided that that wasn't a dramatic enough name and went with Velociraptor. And with apologies to Ostrom, I am inclined to agree. Velociraptor is just an inherently cooler name, and I would be lying if I said that I didn't think that that was a big part of why they've become so popular. But even if the filmmakers had wanted to make just the most accurate Velociraptor possible,
VOD mostly caught up and the game's not working, so I'm gonna end the stream. Should have got like a asteroid video to end the stream with or something. Hold on, let me find one.
When the asteroid struck, most of the impact energy was deflected out or up. Only 1% of the force traveled down into the ground. But it's enough to ring the planet like a bell. Seismic waves radiate across and through the Earth. "16 minutes and 40 seconds later, they reach the Pacific Northwest. The valley shakes as a magnitude 11 earthquake ripples through the ground. Triceratops panic at the edges of the valley in their desperate attempt to escape the tremors and falling debris. Smaller animals take shelter underground. Meanwhile, the ejector cloud approaches at 16,000 kilometers per hour, baking the Earth with unrelenting heat. Millions of volts of static electricity charge the cloud like a giant battery, creating a vast electrical storm. Superheated rocks shower the valley in a burning hail. The Quetzalcoatlus managed to flee the devastation caused by the quake. But there's no way to hide from a rain of fire. Only the valley floor can provide shelter, and they're too big to descend quickly. Eventually, the male's tattered wings can no longer keep him aloft. If his mate doesn't find shelter soon, she'll be next. On the mountain slopes, 2 triceratops emerge above the cool sea mist. They're almost out of the quake-ravaged valley when the ejector cloud arrives. Just hours ago, North America was a dinosaur paradise. Now, it's a living hell. The ejector cloud continues its spread across the globe, but the effects it has on the ground vary dramatically. "12,000 kilometers away in Mongolia, the cloud rolls in silently from the east. Temperatures on the ground creep upwards, a few degrees hotter every second. There's no audible warning for the creatures here, only the mounting heat. As the air reaches 50 degrees Celsius, their only hope is shelter. At 70 degrees, survival is measured in minutes. And at over 90 degrees, in mere seconds. 90 minutes after impact, the temperature on the ground in Mongolia peaks at 150 degrees Celsius.
Made my day 100 times better. I love s'mores so much.